Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Last time we saw that coal was making us a lot of money. We hooked up Brospin with a population which has been growing, and they're taking care of the scrapping facility and the heating plant in the area, otherwise using vehicles to get their goods that they need. And we are planning a new town here with a heating plant far away from it, which is supposed to take care of the production of vehicles for us. We also changed the challenge a little bit to give us 2 researchers per settlement instead of 1, and that has allowed us to keep up with research quite well. We still have 2 researchers to spare after this one. 14 researchers in total. 16 researchers in total, 14 already done or currently happening, and 2 researchers left, which will put us into a vehicle production facility, and then we can automate vehicle production and also vehicle replacement, because that's going to become an issue real soon. Last but not least, we are hooking up Svidava to our road network, combining both the southeast and the northwest, and are currently working on the bridge to make that a thing. The bridge construction is going to take a while. It's a really long one. But after that, the rest of the road network should be done quite quickly. Especially if we can start delivering resources to this road. We'll finish paving quite soon. And then we can start importing resources to our eastern settlements from the western border as well, which is supposed to be done by this distribution office. So this distribution office will handle deliveries of resources from the west to the east, and it'll get a bunch of vehicles to do so. Namely, a cistern truck, 2 or more open hull trucks, and maybe a covered hull truck. And it'll start bringing in resources over slowly. Not too quickly to run out. We're gonna start with construction materials first. Yeah, see how it goes. I think maybe importing fuel from eastern countries is better. We're buying it for 300 and we're selling oil. Okay, the oil price is quite... should be about the same. We're selling oil for 84 instead of 78, 79. So we should be selling the oil to the west and buying the fuel from the east, it looks like. It's slightly drifting apart, but still seems somewhat stable. We also got the secret police going everywhere, trying to improve our loyalty, trying to improve our happiness. And I'm not sure if it's true, but I'm wondering if the low happiness in the area is caused by construction sites. It's probably because of low loyalty, but it has been idling on 52 for a while. So I don't know. We're gonna finish the construction of that building and see if happiness improves overall. If happiness is related to construction sites, that will be new knowledge that will help us in the future. So yeah, we're working on the road connection, after which we can start construction of the new town area. Probably start with the heating plant first and phase out this one, see if it works with the workers from Brospin. That one will be expensive, but yeah. I think sharing heating between the 2 areas is going to be a useful thing to do. Now, if construction sites lower happiness, I shouldn't be planning that out right now. But I don't know if that's a thing in the game. Maybe it's because they're close to electric wires? Could that be a reason? That they don't like to be right next to a high voltage line? We could put that underground. I don't know. Unhappiness over here is not as... Happiness is not as low as on the other end, so I don't think that should be it. Would be a weird implementation, I think. A weird behavior. Alright. Building construction is ongoing, very nice. That will ensure, if population starts growing in this area, that our food factory will run at a very good amount of productivity. Clothing factory really needs more exports. We have so many workers in here, we could have more exports. What are you doing? Exporting clothing, importing food, moving food. Okay. Harvest season is starting up. Don't think we have enough room for all crops, but so be it. We need to trigger the export for clothing a bit earlier, it looks like. They don't arrive here in time. I mean, I can also use a free distribution office, I guess. You can carry 4.5 tons, which would be half of it. And we've already set it to half. 50%. Maybe we just had too many tasks going on. Now we have 2 trucks waiting. 1 truck waiting. Which is currently in need of repairs. Let's increase the amount of workers in the repair station, see if we have any other repairs that need to be done. Doesn't look like it, but we'll leave it there. Keep our repairs nice and quick. I also want to upgrade this road. I want to upgrade these small pieces of road too. Let's hope we can do that relatively quickly. I wonder how we can automate our vehicle production to exactly what we need. Like, we will need a lot of vehicle storages if we want to produce vehicles and have enough of them sitting around so that they can replace our vehicles whenever we need to. And we will also need a lot of licenses. But we'll see when we get there. First we need the vehicle factory, and we need the settlement that runs the vehicle factory, and then we'll need the resources to build the vehicles. This area over here probably will be turned into a steel mill area at some point because we have iron on that mountain. We have coal over here, the coal just needs to be delivered over. And then we could either export steel via the customs house or do something with ships on that side. It's probably going to go through the customs house though. We won't have that much steel to export, I don't think. Almost ready with the second research for advanced engineering. Then we'll go towards belt production and road vehicle production. And then we have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 12, 14 research, 16 researches. 8 settlements, exactly. The vehicle production town will give us 2 more researches once we have it. But yeah, we need a decent chunk of population in there. We might even have to bring the water supply over here. Technical service also needs to be in the area. And a construction office. Because our existing construction office will be out of range to do maintenance in this area, I believe. Yep. So if we put the technical service somewhere next to the town and the construction office over here, the new construction office could probably also service and maintain our existing construction office. I still like the idea of having a small construction office just dedicated to servicing buildings. We also don't have a demolition office yet. And I do still have my snowplows here. I do need another technical service anyway. I guess that's the downside of having water trucks. You need more technical services. Maybe I should set up water distribution. Get the water from anywhere really, with a water intake, no water wells, and then just purify it a lot. We had that last time already, that warning. That was due to not a lot of people in that building. I'm not sure why they have such low health. Oh yeah, the other research I wanted to think about was maybe limiting the amount of who gets a university education. Cutting out anyone over under 30% loyalty would be, well, 25% loyalty would be a start, and then slowly pushing things up. Could be something we could do. Concrete deliveries here are set to low priority, so they will only happen if no other construction is ongoing. This road is done. We should name this bridge maybe, and this river. I'm going to use the naming tool for the settlements, and we're just going to use that name and write bridge behind it, I think. About here. Carsachstan bridge. Yep, I like it. Naming some landmarks, it's always nice. Makes the map become a little bit more recognizable. Loyalty is pretty low here, but we have set up a monument now. Hopefully things will improve. Happiness is slowly improving in this area. I'm not sure if it was related to the building construction, but we'll see. We'll see if the area now becomes habitable. Maybe they just don't like construction sites. I would doubt it, but you never know. Okay, we're gonna set up another small construction office in the area, which will only do maintenance. And that way they can always, the small construction office can always do maintenance of the large one, and the large one can assist in maintenance if it doesn't have to do any construction. And the small construction office can be just stacked with like cheap vehicles. Cheap might be the wrong word because inflation is already making all the vehicles quite expensive. Good income. We're going to use that income and put it in another building. I should at some point also set up a warehouse to have a domestic storage for excess clothing, alcohol, and food. I mean, we have a food warehouse already. Just so we don't export everything and then at some point run into a problem. Could set up a small warehouse here. We don't need that much clothing, I don't think. That would be 100 tons of clothing. Sounds like that would be enough. And for the well, I guess we can make a shared warehouse between the clothing and the alcohol. The alcohol can also be brought here, so we could make this a storage area for citizen goods. Because there's no room for a warehouse right connected to the distillery. Advanced engineering number 2 has been completed. We will move on towards... where is it? Belt production, that one. So we have 15 researchers and 1 research left. Lower the amount of professors here a bit. Get some of the students educated. We do have a lower number of professors after we set it to 35. I don't think we can sustain that right now, so let's put it back to 30% government loyalty required to become a professor. That's the research before the last one, where we actually will get the vehicle factory. Heating. Water. Switch. We don't have a pub plant. We do have a pub plant. We have a dance hall for culture. We'll probably give them another one, probably a Republican theater. Or maybe an uprising museum, something like that. We'll need a sports facility. Probably also an outdoor football playground here to make both of them available. And then service buildings closer to the exit of town. I think a hospital right away will be done. Another large police station for sure. I'll have to move the hospital a little bit to maybe match it with this road. Probably also the place for the large courthouse. To be determined, and maybe a prison. A large secret police as well. This might replace our existing town in scope of Karabadag. This might become not the capital, but a large town. I don't think a large secret police is necessary. It's not gonna be that large, the town. It's not gonna be multiple tens of thousands of people. City Hall, technical services, yep, to be determined. Some attractions, also. Monuments, yep. To be determined as well. Probably one on the entrance. Right next to the secret police. And then yeah, electricity, we have our transformer. There will be multiple connections potentially. Built that yet either. And then we can attach residential buildings to this area. So that'll be our commercial center. We'll leave a little bit of space around it to have the option to put more stuff down. And then have some buildings within walking distance of everything on the outskirts. They need to be able to walk to everything, but mainly the bus platform. Maybe I should make this a larger bus platform. Actually, I think that one's already 1600, and it doesn't have to house any workers. Yeah, 600, not 1600. 600 is good enough. Unless we want to distribute workers with that. We'll see. We will also set up a warehouse on the entrance. Resource deliveries to the warehouse will happen from a global distribution office, and then there will be a local distribution office bringing the goods from the warehouse down into the city, where we will store up to 280 tons of food, maybe. And we'll have a road go around here, hooking up to the warehouse. Have a small distribution office to pick up the resources. This could also be coming from our shared warehouse. It doesn't have to be another warehouse over here. Just from the shared warehouse on Karabadak, or the shared warehouse will be over here. Another thing that we will need is a fire station. I think a small one is enough, but maybe we'll go for the one with a... No, this one has option for 3 vehicles. That should be more than enough. Make sure that we can attach a footpath. It's too short. Oil price going down, sure. I mean, kick me while I'm down. We're wow, 68,000 rubles last month. Okay, I'll take it. Fire station. Hook that up with a different type of road so we don't lose the snapping point. And then we have the option to have footpaths here. All right. So that should be the town core, I think. Looks quite large. If someone wants to walk from here to here, that would be 480 meters. I think the residential buildings are going to be on this side and this side. The heating plant is over here, which should be far away enough. And this side, I don't know. There's going to be... I mean, not everyone has to walk to everything. Shopping center, and then they can go to the bus platform to find the other things, I guess. So yeah, this is what we need. And that's going to take a lot of resources to build. Plus all of the housing. And then we need to move a lot of people into that. 300 people at least to get it started, I would say. 200 would be enough, but 300 would probably be safe. And before all of that, we need to get the heating plant set up to run that with workers from Brospin. Let's see if there are any cheap vehicles we can buy and scrap. It looks like the amount of usable parts... Does it go down? I don't think I get a lot of usable stuff out of here. It might be wasting money. Let's sort by value again. 19 years, 100, yeah, sure. Take that and that. Road crane would require me to transport it, but sure. And the rest is too new. I have a tram that is somewhat old, but trams and trains can grow much older before they become terrible. Alright. Change the workplace. That should move everyone but the tower crane. And the tower crane was 45 meters. And we have a truck for that. Pick up any used vehicle. Bring it to the scrapyard. and then go back to the depot. These are set up incorrect. 1 and 4, please. Strange. But sure. You can overtake that vehicle. Yep, just go past it. It has a breakdown. Yes, block the left lane. Sure. Alright. We have electricity, the new gas station is up and running. Now this one is obsolete. We still need a distribution office for generic fuel deliveries in our system. Right now the 3 trucks are doing a fine job. These ones are hauling steel to the repair station, fertilizer to the farm a little bit, and cement to the concrete plant. So they also need to go into a distribution office at some point. Yes, the crane is broken. Okay, 58 happiness and 52. I still think it's about the same. I think these buildings might have been a waste. Well, there's supposed to be more population here. We'll see if they grow into that. It would be nice. The Hall of Residence is almost full. I think I'll use the upcoming research from this town to pre-plan it a little. I'll use that research to restrict education more by going into favorite parking members, which will assign vehicles to only loyal citizens. Like, you can check loyalty for that, I think. You can, like, restrict a parking lot. Government loyalty. And then education for only the most loyal citizens. I guess cars for most loyal citizens would also be useful. Yeah, we need that one. Assigning cars at parking lots or car dealers. Okay, so this is just a prerequisite for either of these. We'll have to get both of them. So we need 3 researchers. I did want another logging camp. I don't think lumber is a major export anymore. Let's see. It's not terrible. Plus we're going to use lumber for construction now. Our own lumber. So these trucks basically, they can be moved into the distribution office here. And they will haul lumber for export or to the warehouse. So these ones, this will also take over the task for what the resources should do on the western border, not just deliveries from west to east. It's not good that we have a low amount of workers here, especially because of the reconstructions. Yeah. I could set 1 building to send all workers here, because from here you can reach everything anyway, and that will make workers available for everything anyway. But it also makes them available for construction tasks, so I think I'll do that. This connection looks a bit weird. There we go. Fixed. These are old vehicles that were intended to be scrapped at some point. Can't repair them to full anymore. We could also make a vehicle storage already and move vehicles in there that we intend to either scrap or sell. I don't know if it's possible to... I want to try something. I want to try and buy a vehicle, repair it and sell it. So we're going to sort by value. Get this bus for 1,130. That might be a bad choice. Might still work. We do need a vehicle storage though. So let me write that down. Bus, 1,130 rubles. And I want to try and repair it and then sell it again. See how much it is worth. It weighs 8 tons, so it should be possible to carry that thing with this open hull truck. But I think we can only load it at a vehicle storage. Once we set up a car dealer, a vehicle storage will probably be attached to it. That's when we can test that hypothesis. I'll move this technical service away from here to free up this area. And we'll also move the demolition office away from here as well. And then the car dealer will be here, I think. If everyone can reach it. As I said, I don't know if the car dealer will also supply cars to citizens from other towns, working similarly to the Hall of Residence. Or if they need to have walking access, which I think is what will happen. Let's take a look. What happens if I select you and say sell? The price is going down, so we have to pay less to get rid of it. So presumably the selling price, if we export it to the border, is also going to go up. I mean, it's not going to be able to repair much. Would probably be better to just scrap it. But we do have a price and we can check for it. I wish I could just load you directly. Need one of these to be able to load things. You can send any vehicle in here and then you can load them. If the truck can carry it, of course. Maybe I'll wait until I have a vehicle storage. Send you for scrapyard instead. We'll try another vehicle once we have a seller. A car dealer. And a storage attached. So not everyone can reach you. This is too narrow. No, it'll fit. It will fit. But then I can't have an attached storage, which is fine. The building itself has an internal storage, so that'll be good enough. Maybe I can load... Maybe I could have driven the bus in here and then picked it up again. Or maybe it can sell to parking lots that are in distance and not walking distance. We're gonna find out. We can bring a set of vehicles here and then enable old vehicles to be scrapped. Right now they are still okay. 46% wear and tear, goes up to 20. We'll try and keep them for as long as possible. Would be nice to have a vehicle storage directly. Oh, we can have a wait. I missed the factory connection here. Okay. Never mind. That will work. We will build that with resources from the west though, not right now. For all of this, except for the factory connection, we can already build that. It's amazing how well that fits in here. So that one will also not get built, but the the roads, the footpaths, and the factory connection we can already build. Our new construction office is up. Construction office for maintenance in Karabadak. Same sources as the large one. 3-kilometer search range. You don't do anything except maintenance and machine replacements. And then you will need vehicles, which are going to be the expensive bit. I don't think you need an excavator. You will need a dump truck. You'll need covered hull, open hull. You'll need a road crane. We're going to relocate an existing one. We have a lot of them. And then I forgot what you still... Oh, you need a bus. Microbus, ideally. Once we have the connection to the west, we can bring a microbus here. Road crane, microbus, and concrete mixer. You also need a concrete mixer. Let's consolidate the loans to 2 million. Let's get rid of all of these loans. Okay. concrete mixer. Cheap one, but that one. Very good road speed. We don't need the most expensive one. I mean, they're all pretty expensive. Okay, now we have a building dedicated to doing maintenance, which is still lacking a microbus, but other than that, it's functional. I guess it shouldn't be a very small bus, but I don't have any of the others extra. Let me just buy one. These ones are pretty good because of the road speed and they don't have too much capacity. I was thinking this one for 32 or this one for 11. But no, we're gonna go for these, I think, 100 kilometers an hour. And they are cheap. Cheap-ish. So yeah. Storage is full. Oh cool, it moved all of the last vehicles, not the first ones, so it moved all of the trucks. That is great. That means I can just say, go here, get assigned to the export route. Then 3 more trucks, I guess. Alright. Exporting some more crops. Definitely gotta make some room. Okay, food factory, 10 workers. Could be more, but we are producing food in excess. So we aren't importing food anymore, right? We still are. Let's turn off the imports then. No more food. Food factory warehouse Sezhov, yeah. Load food, unload crops. Not sure why they were still importing food, if there was food in here. But now this food will be used exclusively. Probably not going to be enough, but yeah. Hello 001, brand new here. Can you explain how power works for me? Power, electricity you mean? Electricity in the game is split into 2 things. We have voltage and megawatts. Basically, voltage tells you if a building is connected. So you see voltage shows you the connection, and wattage is the power consumption, which in this game is tracked in megawatts. So for that you need to distribute electricity. You can either make your own power plants, which produce high voltage electricity, or you can import it from the border. And on the border you can also get high voltage electricity with high voltage wires, or you can directly draw it with medium voltage wires. So what that allows you to do is high voltage can be transported long distances without losing any power, but the buildings, most of the buildings don't take high voltage electricity. So what you need to do then is you need to put it through a power transformer, and that one turns it from high voltage, a high voltage connection, into medium voltage, and that you can then run into your settlement, which you bring it to an electric substation. As you can see, it receives, it has voltage, and it receives some wattage. And the substation basically has a radius where it distributes all of the electricity to surrounding buildings. And each building has a different maximum capacity of how much electricity it could use. And the usage relates to how many workers are there. Is it hot or cold? For example, if you have a warehouse that stores meat, because it doesn't need to use as much electricity during winter. So that's like the general overview of how electricity works. You move it from a high voltage wire into a medium voltage wire, and then you distribute it among the buildings. And you can get it from either from border stations like this, a foreign power connection, or you have to make your own power plant. And in the power plant department there are a lot of options. You can make power from coal, oil. You have renewable power sources from wind and solar. And then you can have nuclear power reactors. So these are your options to generate electricity. But there are workshop items where you can get power from hydroelectric. Basically placing buildings in water. Geothermal is an option that I saw. Running it with highly educated workers. Getting electricity from the ground. No problem, you're welcome. So if you have an electricity problem, it can be a lot of things. You can have no power connection, which is voltage. You can have not enough wattage, or you could have problems with the wires. Each wire also has a different capacity of how much electricity it can transfer. And then each substation for electricity also has a maximum amount of power it can distribute. So right now it estimates that about 1.8 megawatts will be used for all surrounding buildings, but actually we're only using 0.1. But that's because a lot of the service buildings are actually not fully occupied, so it makes sense. Forgot to remove the last stop again. Heating problem in Zhezhov. Well, the heating plant was on fire, I think, so to be expected for a bit. We don't have a redundancy in our heating system. Hello, Miss Stein. Have you fiddled with the new high voltage switch? I have. Not in this game, but I have used it. It's useful for automating a few things. So if you use one of the new priority switches that have input and output priorities, you can basically say this wire goes to the border connection, this wire goes to your own power plant, and this wire goes to solar. And then you say, okay, I want solar power to be the highest priority, so whenever solar power is generated, I want to use that. Then you go to your other power plants, and then you go to the border connection. So you don't have to go around and say, okay, I'm going to shut my electricity import off, I want to use my own electricity. You can automate that. And in the same vein, you can also say one connection goes to customs house, one connection goes to your city, and one connection goes to your industry. And then you say, my city has the highest priority, then my industry, then the foreign power for export. It's designated when the switch is built. It is similar to a conveyor. It basically allows you to set the outputs to a different priority. So you can say, okay, this output has high priority, so it receives output first. And that one also exists for medium voltage wires, so you can have priority switches for medium voltage as well. If you really want to make sure electricity goes somewhere, locally, then you can use the medium voltage switch. Let's go back to Svidava, take a look. We have started paving. I guess I also need a maintenance construction office in Svidava. This one is 41% wear and tear, so it will need maintenance soon. Let me set up a small construction office to do maintenance. Thank you for the follow 01, appreciate it. The maintenance construction office. I don't really want to disturb the terrain too much, but I think we can fit that one in here. And still get a road connection in that doesn't look terrible around this. And then we need to provide vehicles to run the construction office, and it can do maintenance on pretty much anything as a priority, and also the other construction office itself. Maybe a bit overkill for the area, but definitely necessary to automate maintenance, because construction offices can't service themselves. And if you have a small construction office which only does maintenance, then you're ensured that even if the other construction office does all of the construction, this one will still do at least some maintenance. And I will not put that one in the assignment tool, so I can't accidentally also assign the maintenance construction office to some construction tasks. So it won't get overwhelmed with things to do. Currently building the pillars for the bridge, very slowly. Groundworks, I guess. The learning curve on this game is incredible. It is, yeah. I played it a lot. I usually set myself goals on what I want to try, and then you learn one specific aspect. And of course the game is still being updated with a lot of things, but I've usually also found a lot of things that have been existing in the game for a while, and I'm still finding more and more stuff. Recently I started learning about loyalty pretty much. And I don't like looking at wikis, so it's mostly like experimenting and seeing what works, what doesn't. Sometimes it puts you on the wrong idea, but in general, it's really useful. We need a distribution office to move the materials that we get around, but maybe we don't have the distribution office up here. Someone can come and pick it up instead of pushing it out. Metal scrap, aluminum scrap. I guess that one needs to be sold until we find a use for it by smelting it down into steel. No, I think I will have a distribution office here. That will be fine. I'm the same. I don't like looking online for tips, but starting out is brutal without it. I just bought the game yesterday. Oh, okay. Yep, that is challenging. I have just over 1,000 hours in the game, and I generally learn something new every time I play. Yep, it's that kind of game. You can't absorb everything at the same time, and it offers you more and more the more you play. I find that really rewarding. But some people find it too intimidating, where they want to get into the game, master it, and then excel at it for enjoyment. It's an awesome game, don't be afraid to ask for help, the community is great and helpful. I agree. Happiness dropped quite a bit. Yeah, I'm really enjoying the challenge. I found like when I started out, I placed buildings down, everything was fine, and I started automatically purchasing resources and everything. But at some point everything fell apart, and that's when I started like turning off automatically purchasing resources. And now I find like the realism mode the go-to for this game. Okay, we are starting to have traffic issues over here. But that's only when construction happens, usually. One vehicle is missing. Dump truck, covered hull, open hull. Oh, maintenance of the flat that was just on fire has started. Yeah, that's fine. Like, when water released, it was like a whole thing on its own. I saw a lot of people trying it and coming to different conclusions. And it can be challenging to get into it. The water update, I mean, like water, sewage, and the relating mechanisms surrounding it. Very fun thing. And waste management is also... It has a lot of options, it has a lot of potential, it has a lot of downfalls that aren't immediately obvious. There's a lot of things that can cause problems. Some of them unfortunately currently don't have a warning system, but I hope they do get added at some point. But yeah, the possibilities that you can just run everything with waste management is really, really fun. Vehicle repair station. I think both of you are gonna fall out of here. You mean when all of a sudden it all became hazardous? Yeah, when all of my people died, when like the garbage overflowed in our cities, when one of the storages just ran full. That was a surprise mechanic. It was a jump scare, pretty much. Jump scare in a management game. Yeah, now I need to fire up my save. Looking. Yeah, enjoy. No problem. I don't think I will get a Hall of Residence for Duceni, but the settlement is definitely useful. Looks like we ran through all of the students over here, meaning that we can pump up the research a little bit. And for Svidava, the Hall of Residence is completely empty. That's fine. Population seems to be dropping here, and I don't know why. Maybe they all got snuck up by the Hall of Residence in Karabadak. Maybe they all moved over there to study and have been relocated to other settlements. Hopefully not. Happiness has dropped quite a bit. Some people are complaining about starvation. These are all okay. That's fine. I mean, I don't know. Looks all okay. I don't think there's an overview of who starved yesterday. I inadvertently killed a city of 8,000 people once. Oh yeah. Yep. Those are learning experiences in this game. There's the whole, I learned something, now I want to build it new and better because I think this is more optimized, or the everyone died, or I caused a really bad accident. I want to rebuild it and make it more incident proof. There's still a lot of area that isn't covered by snowplows, but that's fine. I don't know if the buses with workers are gonna get here during winter. We can follow one. They should definitely be able to get there when when snow isn't covering the road. But I don't know if 3 hours are going to be enough to get there. Especially if vehicles keep slowing things down. The bus is being overtaken by other vehicles and has to brake. It's being brake checked. We'll probably have to upgrade these ones to the other ones that can drive 100 kilometers an hour. Just so that our construction office vehicles are the fastest ones. Look at that scenery, it's beautiful. Not the unfinished road, but like the hills, the mountains. It's the Toblerone Hill in the background, also known as Matterhorn. Okay. Now we're hitting snow and we have 2 hours left. Don't think it's gonna be enough, but we'll see. Did the other bus deliver some workers? Oh god, no, we're not gonna get there in time. That's so much distance still left. I would need to set up a technical service here and some fuel to make sure the road stays cleared. I should probably do that. We have one more free technical service available. We are clearing everything including the bridge, but from here on out we're not clearing. So if we set up the technical service over here, it should be possible. Let's give it a quick check. Perfect. One snowplow. It's only one road. Both directions, yes, but don't want to have too many vehicles here. And a free gas station to go along with the technical service. And our distribution office for fuel. Some more landmark markers. So this vehicle storage might be overkill, but I think we're going to use it. sort by age. 18 years is the oldest. Default is 20 years and 80% for vehicle replacement. This one can repair back up to 21%, which is still okay. Food factory, machine replacement. Currently not running the factory. We still have some food in the warehouse, so deliveries are happening, but might be able to catch up. Happiness is still really low. I don't get it. Or do not get it. If anyone has an idea? I mean, it's probably the low loyalty, but then I don't know why the loyalty is so low in this area. We can't stack multiple monuments as far as I know. And this one is giving 4.5%, which is really high. Oh well. Why aren't you sending resources here? Did I remove the other test switches? Yeah, I think I did. But why aren't you delivering resources to the other high voltage switch yet? Weird. Maybe all prisoner releases go into this town for some reason. Maybe that's a reason. Population is dropping for us. We have very high education again everywhere, so people are probably more likely to escape. If we provide high education to everyone, we probably should limit it. But it's also a way to boost loyalty, so I don't know. Not sure what the right way forward is. For us, it'll be a vehicle factory plus a town for a vehicle factory, and then we can make another decision. We have a good amount of income to basically get more population if we need to. I mean, I should probably check this more and see what the reasons could be. Electronics we can't do anything about. Unable to drink alcohol. That's a new one. Wait a minute. Are we not supplying alcohol? We are not supplying alcohol. We have to import alcohol, it looks like. I thought the effects of monuments stacked up to a point. I thought so too, but apparently it's only the biggest monument? I don't know. It's basically an effect that just negates negative effects. But I'm not sure. Okay, so we ran out of alcohol. Prison upbringing, low loyalty, culture. Alcohol is the main effect. You need to boost alcohol consumption. Not sure why I didn't get the notification then. Maybe I clicked it away at some point. So we need a warehouse for alcohol to make that more easily visible. And yeah, as I said, loyalty still a mystery somewhat to me. Not completely sure how it works. And I don't want to look it up because that would spoil the mystery a little bit. But it would probably help. Oh well. Yeah, lots of people that can't visit a pub or tavern. Some people can't get culture. Which they probably wait for a pub a long time and then they don't have time to do the whole culture thing. I did unassign one building from the distillery. Should I just send one building to the distillery full time? It would help money, it would help alcohol. I'm not sure if we have enough workers to run everything. Let's try. Every one of you go to the distillery. No more alcohol imports. So yeah, I don't know if the effect stacks or if the effect doesn't. I read somewhere that it doesn't stack on a... I did look up, like I saw a comment on the discussion forums. But, I don't know. Two workers, 15 minutes. 15 minutes left before they go home, so they are not going to make it. But it's close, so summertime shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, they're going to be slowed down due to snow, but that's okay. Let's make sure that this town doesn't run into any problems now that I assigned everyone to go to the distillery. I will still assign the bus platform if anyone has unemployment issues. But otherwise everyone should go into the distillery and turn as many crops as possible into alcohol. I always just worked under the premise that loyalty is a catch-all for providing citizens with all their needs, job, food, clothing, education, etc. Bonus for monuments and propaganda. I think happiness is the everything, alcohol, clothing, etc. And I think loyalty is like another statistic that modifies their productivity. So you can have someone that is really happy but really disloyal. You give them everything, but you don't give them loyalty. Say, like someone who is like super happy with their life, but don't have any loyalty to the state, basically. Come on, work here. Why is no one working here? Why is everyone just visiting but no one working? I think low loyalty causes unhappiness, which is listed in here. Low government loyalty minus 1.7%. So once people start having low loyalty, their happiness starts going down, and once they are unhappy, they are tempted to leave your republic, I think. No one's working here. Why are they not balancing into this building? Okay, probably because almost all of the buildings are told to go somewhere explicitly. We'll say 3 workers here and the distillery, but make sure the gallery is staffed first. Then you go to the distillery, then you go to the bus platform. Our maintenance bus has arrived, doing some maintenance. Okay. And no one's working here now too. Alright, pub as well, please. We have alcohol again. Low loyalty causes low unhappiness. I don't know if low happiness also causes low loyalty. Okay, life expectancy is below 70, but it's 67, not 61. Should still be okay. Karabadak is filling up pretty well with people. Don't know if there's any unemployment here. Doesn't look like it. I'm also thinking about a town that is just a town. No industry, just a town. Maybe that's what the... Oh, this is going to have a vehicle production line. But a vehicle production line... Okay, it does make 12 tons of pollution a year. Never mind. Just a town as a town with a university. Just to have consistent population growth was my idea. I mean, Virro is basically that right now. They seem to be doing fairly well. Most of the time. I also need... I guess the new town could be a medical university town. We still need that. Get some medical research going. Alright, I relocated all the snowplows in here and haven't given them another technical service to work in. We don't have any free technical services available anymore. So... another large technical service? Don't build that until we get the resources for it. I've done just a town before, used them mostly as a way to aid expansion across the map. They provide workforce for building the next town. Yeah. A town that has a bus stop and just exists to provide workers. Does need to have enough local workplaces that if you don't do any construction, they can still work locally, I guess. So we removed the construction site in Sejov, and that one was not the reason for it, it looks like. I don't know what's causing unhappiness here. Loyalty seems to be kinda iffy as well, but that's probably caused by some who have very low loyalty, 6%. University education and 6% loyalty, just out there causing problems. Unemployment due to taking care of children. I mean, we have some settlements that are supposed to do that, like Grospin. And that's the majority of it. Okay. Belt production completed. Last research. Road vehicle production. That means we have 16 researches and no more spare one. 8 settlements, 16 researches. $2,500 workdays to complete that. Are we getting workers on the bridge now? Yes. Once we have the vehicle production line, we can also start making stuff like building a construction office and filling it with a bunch of concrete mixers that we produce ourselves instead of having to import them. I mean, we still have to import the resources, but we can get them from the west, it's fine. If we don't build, we're fine. We just have to hold on and wait a bit. And in the meantime, we're saving up cash and turning all of that into rubles by using it instead of importing. So no trading. How bad is the oil price? It's going up a little bit, which is good. I don't know if I want to hook up any more oil wells. I still had 2 of them planned, who never came to fruition. But I don't think I want to invest in more oil right now. Once we have the western trucks here, we could probably do that. But adding more vehicles to the customs house right now sounds painful. Oh yeah, and while we want this one, I guess I also want to try the heating plant over here. I don't know if that one would push Sejov over the edge though. I mean, this heating plant would go away and replace with this one. We'll have to see. The medical university could also help with pollution issues a bit. There is a research called vitamins that gives your citizens a bit more resilience towards pollution. And then there's a research to toughen them up a little bit so the cold doesn't affect them as badly. And increasing birth rate. And alcohol standards, which would also help with health. Minus 4.5%. I don't know what the percentages mean. They don't make sense to me. But I guess it's like 57% of the decrease came from strokes and heart attacks, so it is the main thing to get rid of. And a large portion of the unhappiness came from death of children, which in this game means when someone gets put in the prison, their child goes away. Unless you have an orphanage, as far as I understand. So the vehicle production line is probably going to be next to the heating plant. So we share the area of pollution that generates it. And it'll be within 480 meters of citizens, so that they can get walking access to the area. And then there's no pollution here. The citizens are as far away as possible from the heating plant / vehicle production line. And we'll see if it works or not. I could also spare one research for pollution monitoring stations. That could also be helpful to see where we actually are producing a lot of pollution right now. Maybe we have pollution being generated by waste somewhere and I'm missing it. This road probably needs an upgrade. I need to probably build a bridge that I didn't want to. In the same vein, I could then turn all of this into an asphalt road that goes along here and upgrade the whole route to asphalt instead. While still retaining the prefab panel road. I mean, some slow traffic is to be expected. Biological waste cannot be stored. Biological waste is supposed to go here. Are you telling me they haven't been delivering that stuff? Like, previously they just dumped biological waste on top of this. Alright, you have skip loader. I guess you're going to pick up fertilizer and dropping it off into the farm to make sure that thing is clear, I guess? Are you going to do that? No? Then we're gonna pick you and do that manually. Load fertilizer, wait until loaded, go here, wait until unloaded. Continuously. See if that works. So did we run full on biological waste and it's generating pollution or something? Doesn't seem like it. Where are you picking up biological waste? I guess the range is covering everything. Okay, maybe the warning message is incorrect, since the other technical services weren't complaining and we haven't filled up on waste here yet. It might be the same warning for the other technical service. Yeah, but it still can store it here, so maybe the warning is incorrect. We're gonna clear it out and then send you back to the depot. It's fine. Has been working all this time. Nothing is broken, I think. Okay, bridge construction. Concrete deliveries can't keep up with our workers. I'm not gonna get more concrete mixers though, they're too expensive. I could, however, assign the construction office that does maintenance to help with one extra concrete mixer. Or I could just get more concrete mixers. Get a construction office for 12 concrete mixers. I don't think we need that many after we finish the construction. Maybe I can find some cheap ones here. No concrete mixers available. Maybe our just a town will be up here, a university town. With the medical universities, some 1 or 2 hall of residences, and just people living there, not worrying about industry. Unable to visit a pub or tavern. Missing staff. All of you are going to the bus platform. And some of you are building an unfinished road. Now, that is pointless. We're going to put that on high priority. We currently should not be moving workers to the unfinished road. That would be a great building spot on the bluff above overlook of the river. Yep. Up here. Some mountains, more mountains, and then the river here. Looks pretty good. Might be a bit dark in the stream, but the sun is coming up right now. As I was saying, mountainous side with entrance road, and then over here some residential buildings overlooking into the valley, seeing the river. Hopefully we'll get there. I think government loyalty setting for parking lots is like 50%. I can't set it to 25%, which I really would like to. Let me grab these vehicles and assign them already to the transportation. So you can load boards from here and deliver them to the customs house. there's one more vehicle on that road, which will also be switched over. And then our board-export route is basically obsolete. And will get removed as soon as the vehicle enters. Okay, that'll make it easier to send the wood over to the boards over to the other side once the construction finishes. Lovely spot indeed, yeah. Maintenance offices available. We'll copy the sources over here, set it to 3 kilometers. Disable all construction except maintenance and reconstruction. And then we need vehicles for it. We really only have one road crane here. Maintenance will be done by a microbus on that side, I guess. Oh, we have more road cranes, right. We'll use a W50. And then we still need dump truck and covered haul truck, which we will need to get. This one feels like overkill. Well, that's what they do here. So yellow for maintenance, I guess. And yeah, we will handle maintenance exclusively. That means once the construction office requires maintenance, we don't have to worry about it. It was fairly close at 42%, and we already set it up to make sure it doesn't become an issue. Okay. Construction office, please stop picking up workers for now. We don't need any workers for road construction projects. Maintenance construction office for Svidava. Spend a bit of money to get some vehicles. Should be okay. Okay, this building is also full now. Low-ish happiness, low-ish loyalty. Complaints about culture, no kindergarten. I mean, I was thinking of putting a brick factory here, I have to say. A brick factory and a scrapyard both don't have to run at the same time. So if this building would also take care of a brick factory, we would get some use out of it, if it doesn't have to scrap anything. Pollution of the brick factory is 17 tons. But I don't think it would run at full, at too much capacity. It does need electricity. It's pretty close, I have to say. Maybe I'll put it down here instead. A little bit worried about the pollution. That will give us enough room to maybe hook it up to a storage or something. Which I don't think we will need, but still. I could build it further away if I didn't care so much about reusing the existing electric substation. But yeah, I think it'll be fine. We'll build that with new resources coming from the west. So brick factory first. So we have our own brick supply. Boards will be carried over here as well. We'll fill up the basic storages with materials. Then we'll set up 2 or 3 large storages. Proper storages. Keep them filled with material. And use them for construction and maintenance. The building is holding pretty well. I definitely also want to grab that other pollution reduction research. I don't think exporting alcohol or clothing to the west is gonna be good for us. No. Sell price is really low. For alcohol, clothing, same thing. They don't care about our clothing. Coal, on the other hand, would be a better resource. It's not as much of a difference there. Burnable waste, nah, that doesn't matter. That was a negative price. Last I checked was like boards and wood are the go-to to transfer. As a solid material, you can like sell them for pretty good cash in US currency, in US dollars. Unless you want to deal in fluids, oil, not water. So the price here is also not spread apart very much, but all the other goods are going to drift apart quite far. Mechanical components seems pretty close together. We still have to set up that meat production. And we still have to set up that incinerator as well. Maybe we'll have this incinerator over here with a settlement next to it. Or vice versa, like settlement here and incinerator up on this mountain. Or we'll move the incinerator somewhere away from the river, prevent pollution. If the game had like flowing water currents carrying pollution downriver, that would be a lot more difficult. Come on, send some workers to the fire station. One worker is not good enough. Prison, kindergarten. Yeah, no one's sending it to the fire station. And I can't assign you right now, so... Fire station, please. I really need to set that up properly. Okay. I mean... Heating plant, shopping center, kindergarten, HQ. HQ is low priority now. We have enough. Okay, I thought we had enough party officials. But yeah, make sure the fire station is sufficiently staffed. 10 workers maximum. That should be good enough for the area. I think we have too many buses on that route. 4 buses, 120 seconds. 2 buses would be enough. But it's not winter. I'll remove one. Three buses will be enough. I think I just removed it when there was a student on the bus, so that one's gonna have a fun time explaining why it went to the vehicle depot instead. I really wish that when you assigned residents to specific workplaces that you didn't exclude them from working anywhere else, just prioritize the places you select. Me too. I mean, I can understand why it does it, but I wish there was a checkbox like allow looking for workplaces after the assigned buildings. Because what I usually do is I assign all of the important buildings and then I assign either a bus platform in the vicinity or somewhere else where they should go if all the buildings are filled. So you can work around that by assigning them to a bus stop or a bus platform that is in range, because they will go there and then spread out across all the buildings again. But it takes a little bit longer, so there's a downside to it. Electronics unable to visit hospital 29 times. Okay. Prison upbringing, alcohol. Unable to drink alcohol, but that one's going down now. Crime, minus 1.5. Crime is a concern, actually. Like, where's the crime? What's... Do we not have enough workers in here? Oh, it's just balancing itself weirdly. I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong. I have my city set to import power and the usage set to 100. I have high voltage lines going to a transformer, then medium voltage lines going to a substation, but the transformer saying that it's not getting power. Okay, if the transformer says it doesn't get power, then it must be either the transformer building or anything between the transformer and the foreign power connection. So what you can do is you can check. Your foreign power connection will probably have voltage. If you set that one to not import anything, the voltage goes down. So you should have some voltage here, is what I'm saying. If that is true and you have voltage, then the electricity from the transformer should be happening. What you then can do is you pick, for example, any high voltage wire and you make sure that the connection is actually placed correctly. Because what sometimes happens is you draw a wire and it doesn't snap correctly, like you place it somewhere close nearby and it doesn't connect. They try to prevent that by making the snapping range really large, but make sure it doesn't look like the high voltage wire is placed, but there's still the icon underneath. Oh yeah, and if they are placed wide like that, they are not built yet. You need to press the start construction of planned construction button in the bottom right to get them constructed. That's the problem. Yep. You can thank Left Coast Dad. He found it. That also applies to roads and footpaths. If they are wide, they are not constructed yet. $50,000 rubles per month. Only 20,000 below our repayment goals. It's looking really good. So the brick factory does have an internal storage for coal, but 75 tons would only be 2 days of work. But then again, I don't want to run it at full capacity anyway. I think the internal storage will be okay. And if it doesn't, then we left enough room to hook it up with another storage over here, right? Not sure why it doesn't want to auto-connect, but we can have a coal storage here for the brick factory. And then the bricks are picked up and delivered via the same distribution office from this area to somewhere else. Because we will already have an open haul truck here to move the steel out of this. So it'll make sense. Yeah, happiness is going up and down around 70. Unable to drink alcohol is going down. Lack of meat, starving. Do we have a prison somewhere that is, like, not supplied? You are supplied. You have a lot of escapes though. I don't like that. Send workers here before you send them to the bus platform. Distillery should be lower priority. You're already sending 25% of the population to the... Okay. Cinema isn't staffed. Okay, I need to get rid of all of the assignments. Things are getting too cluttered here. I need them to figure things out by themselves. This is not working for me anymore. Initially it started when the heating plant wasn't running and they were really silly. But maybe now they have enough population that they can work things out. I believe in you. I believe that you can figure things out by yourself. And maybe if everything still runs fine, we can steal one building and say, you always go to the distillery. Same for you. Unassign everything. Go wherever you think is best. I'm sure you'll figure things out. As long as the highly educated workers can find all the workplaces that they want, and we still have workers left after that, we should be okay. Okay, a very criminal student moved into the Hall of Residence. 32% loyalty, but 15% criminality. Well, if you do something wrong, we know where you are. This exit is also maybe going to be a problem if Karabadak grows anymore. Thankfully we have enough room to maybe make an exit happen here and then move it out with another trumpet interchange. Or the bridge and then connect it like a route here, bridge across, and then connect this road over here. Should give us enough space to make that a thing. I don't know how many vehicles are moving from Karabadak to this area back and forth. I assume it's a lot because I do want personal vehicles to travel here and bring professors and doctors to this area. We can build this and this already, that's fine. Just not the brick factory. That bridge is going to take a little while. Halfway done with the paving of this road, then the concrete deliveries can also come from the western border. It would cost us US currency, but we could assist with the construction a little bit. Oil price. Holding steady. Yeah, I don't think any more oil wells will be beneficial. I guess we can check the income on the western border. I mean, it's mainly oil, so maybe it would still help. 1 or 2 more oil trucks on another oil well. This one was like 54% quality of source. I don't want to place anything that is lower than 50. Could get another 52 here. I don't like the way the oil is sprayed onto the map. Oil deposits aren't spread out like that. Maybe the game should think about a way to reduce maximum efficiency, but still keeping it as a clump. So you can put a large spread out oil field, but it's all one continuous blob at like 40% instead. This feels weird. Okay, so we have 49, that would be another option, but 53% is the best thing we can get right now. We are going to supply our Soviet Republic with resources from the West. We should build an appropriate amount of oil wells to fund it. Alright, now it's starting again with sometimes the workers don't show up to work. Don't notify me, I don't care. Your small villages, it's fine. Or do people get unhappy if you tell them where to work? Is that the reason why they are unhappy? Do they get cranky if you tell them, oh, you have a high education instead of working in the HQ, as a party member, you have to work in the heating plant today. Hello Toasted Corn, thank you very much for the follow. I've never experienced unhappiness from assigned jobs, no. I mean, just considering the options, what could be and couldn't be the reason. Alright. Also going to unassign all of you, go to where you think is best. Don't break anything, thank you very much. I think we have probably enough people in this area now where we can fill all of the highly educated worker slots and still have enough workers left over so that they can fill the auxiliary jobs, the essential jobs basically. The storage should recycle biological waste. More for our farm. It's a disappointing that the Ferris wheel doesn't run. Well, I don't think any... Well, they are working on animation in buildings with the guard posts where the... I don't know what it's called. The wooden post going across the street can raise and lower. But I don't think there's many buildings that are animated. I mean, like, most buildings aren't animated. That would be significant resource investments to make it look very pretty. But, yeah, might be too much. They are focusing it on the gameplay. The aesthetics, they are doing as much as they can, I think. Oh yeah, the doors on the rail building. That's also true. So who knows, maybe things like that can be added at some point. As long as it doesn't impact performance and doesn't take resources away too much from other things. We'll see. I think I have to plan another town exit road going across this one. This road will probably stay, but we can force personal vehicles to take the other road. At least we left enough room, so we have that option. 63,000 rubles last month. I would say we are profitable. If it wasn't for those damn loans, but the loans put us here, so thank you, loans. Now we just have to pay back what we owe. How much time do you have left when you arrive here? During non-winter you have 45 minutes extra, 40 minutes-ish. But during winter you don't make it. This is going to take more than a year, I think, to finish. Hall of Residence, fine. Someone moved to Svidava. 40% criminality, 31% loyalty. Put that to high priority. And I think I'll also tell the maintenance office to help with that, since the other construction office is quite busy. Let's allow a few more workers in the repair station. We will need 2 more trucks for oil. At the least. Cheap ones. Oh, a new bridge. I can help with that. What do you mean? The bridge has been standing there for a long time. It's not been built yet, but we have put a name tag on it now. Do you think it is structurally sound the way it has been placed? Does it make sense? Or should we change it now that we put about 3,000 work days into it? I don't think we're gonna build a double bridge. A single bridge will be enough. So after 1,000 hours in the game, I just learned how Hall of Residences work a few streams ago. How's the road bridge junction? Oh, that's what you mean. Right. I think I took good care of that. I think that's looking pretty good. I think I took quite a lot of care to flatten that. I think we're gonna be okay. I even made sure that the road had a nice arc to it, so when it rains the water flows down to the sides. Really professional. I already forgot about all that. What did I learn about the Hall of Residence? That people teleport into the Hall of Residence rather than people needing to be moved into there with a bus. I expected, or last time I used them, I placed them down and I carried people, like students, to a nearby bus stop, and my assumption was that the students would move into the Hall of Residence and then go to school to the university from there. But when, in fact, people actually started automatically teleporting into that Hall of Residence, and the people that I sent to the bus stop were directly going to the university and needed transportation every day. Or at least every time they wanted to go towards uni. Road production line completing. I need a new settlement. I guess we could think about the medical university settlement, but that one, I think the medical university will be on top of that hill. A pristine settlement without any interference from things that generate pollution, except of course a heating plant. We kind of need that. It'll be quite close to the center of the map. Need to ensure that it gets delivered all of the resources it needs to survive. And then we can build on further towards this direction, which looks like a nice pristine countryside. Halls of residence gives me trouble. They're fine so long as you have available housing, but once there is nowhere for them to move, once graduated, they get very cranky. So don't make them anymore. But don't they just leave from the Hall of Residence, or do they cause other problems? Like, sure, they can get cranky, but they're living in the Hall of Residence. And you already have enough population. If they leave, what's the problem? Basically, it's like a storage of 21-year-olds. It's basically a warehouse for citizens that can move into a new residential building once you build it. Or am I getting it wrong? So they can't leave, so it just adds to unhappiness? I thought they would leave automatically after a while. Okay. I mean, you could put down a safety valve. You could just place down a building over here, build it up, and then they can all move into that building and then leave. Maybe that works. Or a building next to a heating plant directly. So they move there, they work for 10, 15 years and then they leave. One way or another. But that might have been a bit dark. So does any one of you know what the higher priority setting is? Does it mean it gets deliveries earlier, or does it mean resources are taken from this as a priority? Like, is it a source thing or is it a destination thing? Because I think that also exists for heat exchangers, and I don't think it makes any sense there. Unless it's for the destination, like if you set a high priority, then buildings will try to draw from the heat exchanger and you can have an emergency heating plant. No idea, I've always wanted the same. Okay, well then we are going to find that out eventually when this heat exchanger with the other heating plant comes online, and we still have the other heating plant here. We can set the heat exchanger as a priority and see if it then doesn't draw any heat from the heating plant. Let me check again. Fuel. We should be exporting all of our oil to the west. We don't get many more rubles. So turning it into US dollars is better. And then we can get the fuel from the east, because it's not much more expensive. We might have to export the oil from oilfield 1 here also to the west, which will be a long route. Maybe that's not going to be helpful. But as much oil to the west I think is best. Harvest season is about to start. We'll add the road depot again, wait until we get the traffic jam warning, and then we can move all of the trucks back into storage for the farm and start harvesting. And this time we have enough room in here. You don't have a waste storage. I don't like it. Can't reach it. Otherwise, not much else to say. Just wait for the bridge construction to finish. Repay our loans as much as we can. Do not start any building construction while we were so close to the middle bit. Once we're below 2 million rubles loan owed, I think we can start building again a bit more with our own money. But not right now. I wonder if they will add any warning messages for waste. Right now it just falls under warning of pollution. Can be a bit deceiving. Yep. That traffic jam was expected. That one was intentional. Okay, let's maybe set up the brick factory so we do something. We can at least do that. Because the people in Brospin aren't doing anything productive for a long time. Metal scrap. I don't think I can... I don't know if I would put a waste storage here if it would recycle it. I don't think so. This might be working the same way that the incinerator works, where the material in here can't be filtered. It's already so much storage anyway. We're getting a lot of the metal scrap out of it already, but there is some more left that we could be recycling. Another logging camp. Oh, they've chopped down and demolished plenty of the trees already. I should also probably get another logger. But I think they are very expensive by now. 25,000 is not that much. We'll get one more. And then probably we need another truck for the distribution office. But yeah, let's replant the trees. And get another flatbed open haul truck, long haul. Oh yeah, we also needed the tankers. Did I buy the tankers already? I think I might have. Yes, I did. Alright, give me a transportation route. And now edit that route. No, I have to do that on the vehicle. Otherwise I'll edit the route, the already existing route. Never mind. I could have modified it on the vehicle, I guess. And another pump jack hooked up. More income. Looks like 54% could also use more than 2 trucks. So even those would benefit from another one. Unless this one is unless one of these are currently on repairs. I didn't have to wait too long. Oh, wait. These ones already have 3. As do you. 62 and 64. Oh, this one. Right. Coming back right now, both of them. So someone was doing something else, it looks like. You love watching me play? Thank you. Appreciate it. It's nice to hear. Got a column of trucks moving around. Oh. Looked like they had a bump in the bridge too. Okay, maybe we can get another truck for pump jacks. I don't think for 52% we'll need one. Like a little bit of waiting time is probably okay. But then again, during winter, another one could be helpful. Need more workers in the sawmill. Yeah, having the extra trucks will be useful, because we do need to transport them a long distance. 300 tons left of asphalt for the road reaching the smaller bridge down here. And 400 tons for the pillars on Carsachstan bridge. Okay, this will cost about 50,000 rubles to build, but then we will have our own bricks. Don't have a storage for them yet, except the free storage that I plopped down. But yeah, I guess we could make... No, we have to wait for steel before we make our own storages. Steel is necessary first, so we have to... We won't transport bricks over here. I think the brick storage will not be used. They can pick up the bricks from the factory itself. But we do want a dedicated storage for bricks at some point. Somewhere close to a fire station. This building, not close to a fire station. That one might even be out of range. Now that I think about it. Nope, it's still covered, barely. But it is still covered. Okay. Really looking forward to playing this map. Great balance of challenges and endless possibilities for doing beautiful things, yeah. Agreed. As long as you don't start flattening out the rivers and you just try to use them as they are and put bridges across them. Like, someone who was power gaming would just flatten this whole river away and never have to build a bridge at all. But I don't like that. This looks so much better. We have another town exit here. We could theoretically also make the bridge here and across. But then again, there might be personal vehicles that want to drive all the way up here. I think coal is our most productive export good for the whole time. No, it's not. It's still oil. But coal started way later and is catching up. Crops isn't doing too bad either. I just wish we had that automated, but we don't have the money to get enough trucks to automate that right now. This is basically our settlement that provides workers for the construction offices. I need to assign the workers to that small section of road so it gets built. The resources are already here, but it's too short. Are they dug manually like a coal mine? How far will per personal car go? A personal car will go 2.5 kilometers road distance, not radius. What do you mean dug manually? The roads? If they are too short, they are dug manually, yeah. Or did I miss something? Oh, you mean, oh sorry, the question above that. I've done rail tunnels but never road tunnels. How do you actually build a road tunnel? There is no road tunneling machine I'm aware of. Yes, they are fully manually dug. Road tunnels are just manpower. Maybe they add something with the explosives. If you supply enough explosives, they will get used up during construction and give an efficiency boost as if there was a road crane there. That could be helpful. I'm going to set up the warehouse here. It's going to hold clothing and alcohol. Clothing directly from the factory and alcohol from the distribution office. Might have to set up a distribution office that handles exports after that then. We're only exporting alcohol and clothing, so one distribution office will have to pick them up from the warehouse while this one makes sure the warehouse stays filled. No problems with heating plants so far, but it hasn't been getting cold yet either. I really want to add more concrete mixers to speed up construction. This is so slow. So my idea, what I'm thinking about right now, is the bridge that should cross this quote-unquote highway. It should also connect to the backside of this town and provide an alternate road access across this area, over here, connecting into this, going across, and then into this town. And it should be an asphalt road. Yeah, that's not how I want to draw that bridge. repair station on fire, sure. Well, I'm off to build a fountain for my wife. I'm integrating it into a large decorative ceramic pot. Should be a fun, challenging IRL project. Do you think you'll stream again tomorrow? Yes, I think I will stream again tomorrow. Enjoy your project. Have a good day. Thank you for watching. See you maybe tomorrow. Yep, have a good night. Okay, that would be the road exit connecting over here. It would shut off this route for most traffic except for supply. And then it would need to connect as it does here for this town, or over here and here. I'm not sure if the parking lots would still be in range with that though, because this is only 200 meters away from it. And I think if I limit the travel out of this area, they wouldn't be able to reach anymore. Because this bypass is definitely generating more than 200 meters of distance. But I guess we could make all service vehicles take that route. Or if we shorten this here. I guess we also could have some parking lots in this area, more residential buildings. Okay. Traffic signs seem to be set up right now. I don't think we can build this yet. One is getting a little bit tight. We're building a bridge right now. Another bridge. Lots of escapes still. I'm not sure why we're having that many escapes. Oh, I guess why. We only have 3 waters, so the amount of workers here is inconsistent. At least insufficient. We don't have enough population for the area. I should probably set up another residential building. Maybe another whole residential building area in general. 3 more buildings. But the heating plant won't be able to cope with that. There could be a problem. It's October, it's 10 degrees and it's already running at 3/4 efficiency. So we could have an issue adding more buildings here. They take 10 cubic meters. So we have 50, 70 cubic meters and the heating plant has 210. That's excluding all of the other buildings. So we almost have 50% capacity used by the heating plant just for residential structures. Factory being set up. That one will be hooked up to the distribution office, so coal supply will be coming in not by a direct route but by a distribution office, which should be okay. As I said, we only have internal storage for 2 work days, but it's not going to run at full capacity. It's going to be assigned to the residential structure at 0%. So it should share the workforce with the scrapping facility, I think. Oh yeah, and this road will need to be connected to the main road with single lane roads. What if I draw this as a normal road, but then change it to a single lane road? That way I can snap it further away against the bridge. But then turn it to a small one. Wait a minute. Did you just see that? I was able to place a normal road and turn it into a single lane road. But it did not have any lanes assigned to it, as if vehicles could travel across that in both directions. Some people were asking for that, like, will this cause a traffic jam, like on trains? I don't know. We'll have to set something up to test that. Luckily we do have 2 road depots free. Let's try what happens. Let's see. I'm gonna build them. I'm gonna get 2 vehicles in either depot and then I'm gonna send them against each other and see what happens. I do have capacity for messing around a little bit. Not sure what's gonna happen. Maybe let's give them a little bit more distance. Okay. Yeah, that's... I think I might have to send in a few bug reports. Okay. Let's get the snowplows, I guess, for testing. Maybe a little bit of too tight of a corner everywhere, but I don't think I can change that. So vehicles from this side can cross over here, and then they can take the bridge to go this side as well, which is maybe slightly inefficient, but yeah, that'll have to do. There's not that much traffic in the area. But maybe I should adjust the intersections to look appropriate, so they don't come in at an angle, but they join something like this. Gotta sneeze. Damn it. It happened. That's the worst feeling. When you want to sneeze, but it doesn't work. That. That'll work, I think. So vehicles come in here, turn left or right, and they can also leave from this area. Okay. Oh, we can turn that one into... Okay, that one works. Does that work for normal one-way roads now too? No. Only during planning. And same for that area. Okay. They have set up these roads, so let's test it. Let's drop a save in case anything weird happens. Alright. You can go there, fine. If I send you here now? A little bit too late. Oh, because... oh, okay. The road is still a normal road, but it looks like a one... Because it's assigned to the middle. It's not assigned to the center. So it just looks like that, but it's actually a normal road. So they will just drive past each other normally. Yeah. And you can't... wait a minute, can you then... if I do something like this, and then I plan... oh god, this is gonna get weird. Plan this. Can I turn this one into a regular road? Oh my god. Strange. Oh god, this is gonna get messy. So basically what you should be able to do then is something like this. Who said we couldn't have 4-lane roads? I don't want to break anything. I'm not gonna mess around with them on the live stream right now, but I'm gonna test a few things off stream. I think it's quite hilarious. Hello, Colthar. Don't think too much about it. I think it's just a visual thing. There's no guarantee how it will work. I think it's just gonna be chaos. I do want to try something for here though, I think. I had a single lane road used by vehicles and they could get past each other. So I now want to try if I can break that. I will report that though. I think that's something that needs to get fixed, otherwise people will break their game. It's quite funny though. Brick factory should meanwhile be done, and it is. No workers, no coal, no problem. We're gonna assign coal deliveries now. It's quite the distance, but someone has to do it. Okay. Let's try once more. Let's try with the grid system. Let's use this one. No, that won't work. Never mind. Oh, I have an idea. That way. Well, I was about to say perfectly straight, parallel one-way roads, but apparently... Oh, that will work, okay. If they go into opposite directions, it works. Well, let's turn them into regular roads. Remove the one-way road restriction again. And they are combining into a single point. What if I turn them back now? It's a single point. So from here, we take off a little bit from the top. And here, that's too much. Damn it. And now the game crashed. Okay, let me maybe not mess around with that on stream as much. That's like intentionally trying to cause mayhem. Let's hope my save game didn't get corrupted. Last autosave 1 minute ago, so we shouldn't have lost anything. Alright, quickly delete all of that. Let's not think about that right now. Hopefully it wasn't the other roads that broke the game. Hopefully it wasn't that one. Shouldn't be, but you never know. Okay, soon we'll have some coal here, then we can operate our brick factory. We'll have to see what waste the brick factory produces, then we might be able to maybe recycle there as well. Just gotta wait for the first coal delivery to happen. And we can start operating. It should balance between the scrapyard and the brick factory depending on who needs workers, I think. Thank you, Mr. Snowplow. Appreciate it. And yeah, there should be enough storage, enough internal storage for the distribution office to get triggered to deliver resources. Also, there's room for 4 vehicles to be parked inside. Wow. Most workers are going to the scrapyard. I would like some more workers in the brick factory, to be honest. But they're all going to the scrapyard. Well, right now I want to test with the brickyard, so everyone go here. We're getting burnable waste, biological waste, ash and other waste. So if we do get an excess of biological waste, I think recycling will be useful, but I think we just have 10% there because it hasn't produced much yet. Time that construction, but keep it paused. Yeah, this route is getting overworked too much. No heavy goods vehicles, no personal vehicles. And then see if they, how far they can reach. They probably can't reach rural at all. But we'll see. Criminality is pretty low, which is good to see. Only 3 escapes this year. Courthouse having to do some work, but keeping up with things. Very good. Okay, we demolished the road. Let's remove this and not think about it right now. Was kind of a fun test though. We lost 5 people here. Maybe they went on ahead and got a university education. Just need to make sure that the heating plant is fully staffed. But yeah, I guess if we have a brick factory here, we might have to have more people here. But setting up so many parking lots feels quite ridiculous. So we'll have to wait until we actually get our vehicle factory up. And I do believe we can place that now. Internal import for mechanical components, plastic, electronic components, electronics and fabric. Lots of capacity for steel. And it does have its own vehicle storage. Does make a lot of pollution. Lots of workers can work here. Can't flatten this without an excavator in the area. We'll be right back, don't worry. I need to write that down, let me just take note. All right. There's a lot of constructions that we want to do once we have access to the resources from the west. Did my 2 extra trucks drive down the price of oil? Too much. Not noticeably yet. No effect yet. Might take a while. Population is still stagnating. I think we might have too much higher education. People get a higher education and then leave. Not providing enough benefit for them. We're not building because we don't have a work resource assigned? Well, you can get your work resource back. There are plenty of workers on that bus stop. Not enough workers in the sawmill. Slowly this building is becoming insufficient for what we are trying to do, so I might have to set up a second one. Thankfully, everything is already in place, we just need to get 12 more vehicles. Didn't I? Oh yeah, the monument's over there, right. I was wondering if I already set one up or not. They don't have their own waste storage. Carbon duct heating plant stopped working. Oh, we're out of money. Alright, it has happened. I said I wanted to refresh with 2 million, as long as the interest rate is nice and low. It's still 4.2, which is good to see. We'll get rid of that loan and keep running. I should probably build a waste storage for these 2 residential buildings, just to make sure we have one. And the waste truck doesn't have to come over as often. 65 meters should be in range. Okay, I need to get 12 more vehicles. The cheap ones. And then we have enough for the second building, and they can deal with the sawmill hopefully, and the wood cutting post. Ambulance has not arrived, so a hint to maybe start thinking about the clinic to be upgraded into a proper hospital. Also something to do when we have our new resources, I think. Unable to get food, one person, that is looking very bad. Why do we not have enough sellers here? Probably Probably because they're trying to staff all of the university-educated workplaces first. Okay, that's looking better. I don't know why I took out such a huge loan. Because the interest is still very good. The interest is actually lower than our previous loan. 8.44 at the bottom, penalty interest 4.22 versus 4.16, so we are repaying our loans. And this will keep a nice safety buffer. No workers. I mean, the brick storage is almost full already. So the construction offices will now get these bricks as a source for now. Until we have the proper storages set up, and then the storages will be the source forever, and we can transport the material out of here. Because production is not going to be fast, but it is... there's always a little bit of production at least. Let's give both of them a percentage, so they both run a certain amount of production. Evenly. Seems like when both of them are set to 0%, not all of them are getting the amount of workers they should get evenly, unfortunately. I still have to plan out a heat exchanger for you. I'll probably place down a heat exchanger, and once it is built we'll see if one heat exchanger is enough or if I need a second one. And that one can also then go to the large heating plant, maybe through a heat pumping station. But the large heating plant has sufficient connections, it shouldn't be a problem that we use one small heating pipe for this. That'll be okay. Let me actually place that not on the grid, but a little bit more in line with the road. I guess we can also place it here. Then the residential buildings will always have the closest connection to the heating, and the service buildings further away will get it a little bit later. No snowplows, no technical service. Let's start the construction of that and get the snowplows back on the road. The excavator has arrived, so we may place the vehicle factory now. In preparation. How much electricity does the factory need? Circuit breaker says maximum 2 megawatt. So, since it doesn't have a high voltage connection, which I find unfortunate, we'll probably have to put a substation here with an above ground wire. So in this run, are you placing factories and residentials with cars around? Yes, I'm trying to. I am trying to automate the distribution of vehicles to our citizens and then increase the amount of vehicles on the road. So first I want to start producing them, and they are getting assigned to the citizens automatically. I've already have a few of them in place, but not a lot yet. And then I want to increase the amount on the road and see how far we can push it. I'm also restricting myself on the amount of research I can do, though we opened that one up a little bit. And I also said no electronic imports, because I wanted to see if it would work. So we also threw that one in. And I started constructing on the eastern border and the western border simultaneously, which is working quite well, keeping you busy. Okay. The heating plant unfortunately does not have a footpath connection on this side. Where the heating pipes come out are only here. That one won't be necessary, we'll just... So the residential buildings will be somewhere along here, I think. So this should be too far. This is more than 480 meters. Our residential buildings that can walk to the factory at most should be here. And give it a little bit of extra leeway up to here. And then structures will be on that footpath and also be able to walk into town. I like those city blocks, but I don't think they will work for us here. We might have to build it a little bit closer. Also, the heating plant still needs to be in range. So, in theory, if we had a connection here, Both of them will be in range. Could be a little bit further away. I started one run in the western border, but it was a long time ago. I had a bit of a headache with the vehicles. Yeah, not all vehicles are available, unfortunately. At least currently. So you do need some vehicles from the eastern border to get started. But then it works quite well. Alright, so if we had a housing block here, they could all reach the vehicle factory. Not all of them can reach the heating plant, because the heating plant needs to cut over this road. And that causes extra travel distance. Still doesn't work. I mean, this whole area will be supplied by workers that have personal cars at some point. Just not in the beginning, when we don't have that many vehicles. Also, the connection to extend the heating capacity needs to be left open. Not sure this is going to make any difference. Unfortunately not. Now we can reach one extra residential building. I mean, the heating plant was also supposed to get workers from Brospin, so until we have enough workers in the area. I just need to get started on the vehicle production line. Maybe I should build this further away, so it's in general more further away and doesn't rely on direct walking access. I do like the idea of having at least a baseline of workers that can go here and make sure things are running. Otherwise this could cause a lot of problems. And then from here we can reach the bus platform, which then handles everything else. Shopping, etc. Maybe not ideal. But it'll get the area set up, I think. Are they even in heating range? Are they directly placed to the heating plant? That's probably way too close. These ones are not in range of the heat exchanger. Yeah, I think they will. I think they will not walk directly to these facilities. They will have a parking lot there. So these residential structures are not going to be in this area. We'll put them closer to the town and we'll provide them a parking lot to drive over here. That's how this is going to go. Then we are able to extend the storage for coal over here. The heating pipe should still be able to reach the heat exchanger as previously. Okay. New expensive road cranes available, not for us though. We're slowly losing population. I think if we have too many highly educated workers, they are... like, we have a general loss of population from highly educated workers. And the more we have, the more of them are running away. So the next settlement probably has to get the research done to limit the access to higher education to only the most loyal citizens, because they are less likely to run away. I think the loyalty here is slowly increasing. Doesn't affect happiness much yet, but maybe it will at some point. Okay, let's take a look at the bridge and at Svidava again, our western border. Pillars need less than 100 tons of concrete left, and then they can put in the platform on top. 4 concrete mixers trying to work on that. The road from the western side is being rolled right now, so that one has finished construction and is close to completion. Maybe even this year. And yeah, one additional residential structure here to run the sawmill and logging camp more efficiently is going to be useful for us. So now the settlement will have 2 buildings. Can I unassign everyone here as well? Do we have enough people? I don't think so. But maybe, no, maybe we do. Let's try. Let's open up the heating plant and all other assignments. The assignment to directly go to the bus platform will probably stay in place though. Like, you just go to the platform. Alright. No reason to panic yet. I'm sure they're gonna figure things out. Working in the shopping center is a good idea, so people can get food. But I don't want to micromanage you, so maybe do that. No? We're just gonna let everyone run out of food. Because you don't want to work here. So that's how it's going to be. And then the kindergarten doesn't have enough workers either. This is going to make people really cranky really quickly. It's going to lower their productivity. It's not going to be a good time. Oh my god, come on, send more. Oh. No trust. No trust in that population at all. Kindergarten, shopping center. I need to get that research to prevent a higher education to disloyal citizens. I don't even, yeah. Looks like we're slowly going back to the way things were, where everything was manually assigned because the people here are stubborn. Hopefully we don't lose too many people from me trying to open up that area. Technical services being worked on. 3 more deliveries of bricks, which we are manufacturing ourselves. Slowly. Very slowly. Could use a few more workers. Yep, that brick production is insufficient. Brospen might have to be turned into a proper, larger settlement. Well, the vehicles will still stay. Brospen will be a town with a lot of vehicles. But there will be local shopping opportunities and more residential buildings. People that can live locally and work locally. Oh, a wood carrier. That looks like a eastern one. Oh yeah, the T815 is an eastern one. Oh, I guess we forgot to pause the heat exchanger again. So we're gonna get that built. No, we're gonna pause that. As long as it's not fully constructed, it doesn't cost maintenance as far as I'm aware. That's why I didn't want to construct it yet. It will tell us once it's constructed how many heating pipe connections are connected and how many cubic meters of water we will need to provide sufficient heating. And I guess we've also started building that road. For a while at least. I need to check on Svidava. I fear that me trying to mess with the system has put things out of balance. Sport, culture, pub. Okay. Sport, culture, pub. Do all of that. the number of trees is slowly going down that is available for transport. But once we get more workers in the other building, we should be okay again. Once the building finishes construction, that is. That's a very dense forest. Okay, 3 more deliveries of concrete, then the pillars of the bridge are done. And then we have 6,500 more workdays to build the platform, roll out the asphalt, and finish the connection. Of course there's another small bridge after that, but that small bridge, Swidava can probably start building that one actually. This road will finish rolling sooner, so Swidava may actually take over the construction of that bridge while we finish the larger one, and then they can meet in the middle. Can start building that after the other bridge is done. Well, this one will take a very short time, comparatively. Not sure about that road yet. But yeah, this area for parking lots seems reasonable, and then having some residential buildings over here with some parking lots, so university educated folk may travel over. As soon as we have removed the heating plant, that area will become quite nice and habitable. I am tempted to build on, start work on the hospital. I think our clinic is overworked. There's too many critically ill people that need transportation to a hospital, and we can't keep up. Oh no, someone arrived. Wait, are you refueling? Oh, you came from Prostelova. Yeah, we need that hospital. Let's start building that hospital right now. Remove and replace the clinic. More room for residential structures. Brick deliveries are really slow. I mean, this also can get parking lots, so workers just drive here to work in the brick factory, instead of us having to rely on Brospin. But Brospin keeps things running, at the very least. Might also have to get a road connection that just bypasses everything and cuts across here. Especially for the fire trucks. Bringing bricks here bit by bit, brick by brick. It's not very efficient. One last cursory glance at our vehicles, sorting by where if we can. We have you, which you should get some repairs. But other than that, we don't have anyone over 50%, except for that one truck on the western border. Yeah. As I said, things are looking a little bit slow. We're still working on repaying our loans. Me having taken out a larger loan is maybe not so helpful. So I'll pay back $1 million to lower that a little bit. Reduces interest a little bit. And we'll take a look at if we can finish the bridge next time and start working on that new town with the vehicle factory nearby, which will also send workers to the brick factory, but mainly the vehicle factory. So we'll have some parking lots here. They might be able to reuse those. We'll set up a field of parking lots in this area, and then we have to worry about traffic. But they'll probably use the bypass road, just drive into the parking lot and drive back. Not sure what the parking lot for the residential buildings is going to be, but the residential buildings are going to be tightly knit against the commercial cluster, and then the parking lots, if we have the residential buildings here, the parking lots are going to be here and connecting into the service bypass road, so they don't have to travel along the main road. But if they want to get to the brick factory, they'll have to join the main road and go out here. But yeah, thank you very much for watching. I'm gonna stop streaming for today. Well, it's 23:56 for me, but still, I'm gonna stop. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Let me take a look if anyone else is streaming that I might know. I don't think so. At least no English speaker. Yeah, we're just gonna end the stream. So wish you all a good Saturday evening. Take care, stay hydrated, and maybe I'll see you next time.